Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Dr. A. Jerome Danage, Providence United Church of Christ, Chesapeake, Virginia.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let us pray. Lord our God, immutable and incorporeal, full of grace, mercy, and truth, this morning we come before you in prayer in these halls of government to say thank you. Thank you, O God, for the opportunity you have blessed each of us here with to serve you and to serve your people. Thank you, O God, for blessing us with the dubious task of governing, leading, and modeling servant leadership both to constituents and congregations. To that end, Lord, we ask today for your guidance for all the members of this chamber. We pray for the authorities in our nation, in our cities, and all over the world, and particularly for the Senate of the Commonwealth of Virginia. God, that you would give them clever, patient, and brave thoughts, that you, O God, would inspire them to act with courage for justice, for peace, and for freedom, and to pursue faithfulness. Dear Lord, awaken this chamber towards a spirit of conciliation and resolution, and allow this spirit to govern their actions, their attitudes, and their activities. Enlighten the thought and the rule and the deeds of these public servants who are responsible for justice and for order and for peace in this nation and in this commonwealth. God, let daybreak arise in this place, that these servants of yours would serve as you have so served us. This, O God, we ask in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Thursday, March 8th, 2018.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
A fantastic Friday morning to you, Mr. President.
Same to you, Senator.
I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the governor.
Unfortunately, we do not have a communication from the governor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour. We have the privilege and pleasure of welcoming our distinguished guests here. And just a reminder to the members that we will not be introducing our wonderful page parents yet until the page graduation starts. So we will get around to that immediately after. I'd like to begin by recognizing the Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members of the Senate, it's my pleasure to introduce a pastor who gave the invocation this morning. He is new to Virginia. He's from Ohio. He's the Reverend Dr. A. Jerome Daniel Sr. He's the senior pastor of the historic Providence United Church of Christ in Chesapeake. the oldest African American church in the Southern Conference. Dr. Daniels is called by God for the purpose of dismantling the structures of injustice, equality, and is committed to promoting racial reconciliation with the body of Christ. He and his wife, Simone, have been married for 27 years. They have 4 children. They have 4 children and 2 grandchildren. Mr. President, he's also accompanied today with him today is Deacon Banks and Brother King. Will you please welcome them to the chambers?
I thank the senator. Would Reverend Danage, Deacon Banks, and Brother King please rise in the gallery? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are grateful for your presence and for your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Reverend Danage, thank you for that powerful and moving prayer. It really was one that we all appreciated and will take to heart. We send our best wishes to your wife, Simone, to your wonderful family, to your great congregation, and look forward to you visiting us many, many more times in the future. I would ask everyone, please, to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our 3 distinguished guests. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of a request to... Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to send a report from the Privileges and Elections Subcommittee to the desk.
Thank you, Senator. It will be received. The chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, do we have a message from the House?
We do. We received it.
Do we move immediately to Joint Resolution 575?
Yes.
All right. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended and that House Joint Resolution 575 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and House Joint Resolution 575 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
39, no, 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the reading of the resolution be waived.
Question is, shall the reading of the resolution be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the resolution is waived. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Could we be at ease for a second?
Senator, be at ease temporarily. Senator.
Mr. President, appreciate that brief moment to make sure that we get this right. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The resolution is agreed to. Chair directs the Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, to inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate. Senate will be at ease. will please take their seats. The time for the joint order for certain judicial and other election has arrived, and the Senate, on its part, is ready to proceed with the execution of House Joint Resolution 575. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective circuit courts. The chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended, that the Committee on Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, that the readings of the title be waived, and that Senate Resolution number 77 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee for Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 77 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, thank you. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective general district courts. The chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended, that the Committee on Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, that the readings of the title be waived, and that Senate Resolution number 78 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee for Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 78 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Nominations are now in order for judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district courts. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended, that the Committee on Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, that the readings of the title be waived, and that Senate Resolution number 79 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee for Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 79 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Chair directs the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, to inform the House of Delegates of the nominations that have been made by the Senate. The Senate will be at ease. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Sergeant at Arms. No? It's not received? Okay. We'll wait. Senate will be at ease. Will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a word of explanation. The resolutions from the House and the Senate on nominations of judges need to match up. If they don't, then further resolutions need to be introduced. We have one that did not match up for Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court. So with that, Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee for Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the reading of the title be waived, and that Senate Resolution number 80 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee for Courts of Justice be discharged from further consideration of the resolution, the readings of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution number 80 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Chair directs the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, to inform the House of Delegates of the additional nomination that has been made by the Senate. Senate will be at ease. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Pursuant to the joint order, it is now in order that the rolls be called. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 77 to be judges of the respective circuit courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 78 to be judges of the respective general district courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 79, except for lines 4 and 5, to be judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district courts will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. All in favor of the nominee of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 80 to be a judge of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district court will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The chair appoints Senators Sturtevant, Peake, and Peterson, the committee on the part of the Senate, to count and report the vote of each house in each case. Senate will be at ease. Order. The senators will please take their seats. The special and continuing joint order is suspended. We will now take up the page graduation.
On behalf of the members of the Senate and the Senate clerk staff, I want to welcome all the parents and families who are joining with us here today. I'm sorry you couldn't see the faces down here as that played. There were smiles, there were little quivering lips, but I think it gave them a good opportunity to relive the last 9 weeks. We're going to start with the introduction of our guests, and members have been assigned their people to introduce, and so we will start. If you will push your button.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to introduce the family of Senate Page Jaden Ali from Lake Ridge, Virginia, and Prince William County. We have his father and his grandmother in the gallery here, Karamat Ali and Zubaydah Ali. And his two brothers are in Senate Room A, Orion Ali and Nathaniel Ali. I hope it would be the pleasure of the Senate to welcome them. Thank you.
I thank the Senator. And just a quick reminder before we have that wonderful family rise, we're going to hold our applause to the very end so that we're not all here for 4 hours. We want to make sure to get you guys out on time. But would the family of Senate Page Jaden Ali please rise in the gallery to be recognized? Thank you very much. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, we have the parents of Senate Page Teddy Pillion here today. Teddy's from Abingdon. His family's from Abingdon. His father, Delegate Todd Pillion, is here. And special family friend who had a tremendous battle to be here, Delegate Terry Austin and Kathy Austin, are here to recognize Teddy's accomplishments.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guest of Senate Page Teddy Pillion please rise in the gallery to be recognized? Thank you so much. Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery today, we have the family of Senate Page Zoe Gonzalez of North Chesterfield. We have Zoe's mom, Jackie Gonzalez, and sister, Chloe Gonzalez. And I'd ask that we would all give them the warm welcome of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Zoe Gonzalez please rise in the gallery to be recognized? Thank you. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I rise to introduce the family of our page, Nicole Bilchek of Charlottesville. Her parents, Kenneth Bilchek and Jennifer Bilchek, are in the gallery, and I hope you will give them the warm greetings of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Nicole Bilchek please rise in the gallery? Thank you all so much for being here. And you probably saw in the video that she was standing in this place during the mock session and was going to take my job, basically. She did it way better than I could ever have done it. So thank you all for being here. Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, today we have Senate Page Grace Ford's parents, Stephen Ford and Audria Otterson, and I'd like to give them the warmest welcome of the Senate, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Grace Ford please rise in the gallery to be recognized? Thank you all so much. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of 2 introductions.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery, we have with us today the family of Senate Page Peter Zhang of Glen Allen. We have Wei and Minglu who are here. Richard could not be with us because he's in school. That would be Peter's brother.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Peter Zhang please rise to the gallery to be recognized? Thank you all so much for being here. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have with us today the family of Senate Page Colin Hudson, also of Glen Allen. His parents are here, Karen and Chad Hudson. And in Senate Room A, we have his grandparents, Nancy and Charles Hudson, and his brothers, Jesse and Zeke.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Colin Hudson please rise in the gallery, if you're able. Thank you all so much for joining us. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I rise for introduction, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
I have the honor of introducing the family of Senate Page Josephine Abriels of Alexandria. And joining us in the gallery are her dad, Mark Abriels, her mom, Kristen Abriels, and her brother, Nathaniel Abriels.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Josephine Abriels please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
I thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to ask the Senate to recognize the parents of Senate Page Sean Bender Prouty of Arlington. With us in the gallery is Penelope Bender, Sean's mother, and Bob Prouty, Sean's father. Thank you very much.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Sean Bender Prouty please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you so much. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, rise for an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate visiting with us in the gallery today are the family of Senate Page Ava Libby of Norfolk. In the gallery is Vicki Libby, Ava's grandmother, Thomas Libby, her grandfather, Joe Libby, her uncle, Chris Libby, her uncle, and Annie Libby, her aunt. I would hope that we would give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Ava Libby please rise in the gallery if you are able. Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, please welcome the family and guests of Senate Page Quentin Hoagland of Yorktown. In the gallery, please welcome his parents, Leslie Hoagland and Todd Hoagland, his parents, and in the Senate, in Senate Room A, his grandparents, Joe and Richard Rawls.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Quentin Hoagland please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
Mr. President, joining us today at the Capitol, the family and guests of Senate Page Scarlett Rainey of Freeman. Seated in the gallery, her father, Reverend Monte Rainey, her mother, Beth Rainey, and in Senate Room A, Becky Hinkie, her grandmother, and Cameron Rainey, her brother. And at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I would appreciate it if you would extend to them the very warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Scarlett Rainey please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for the purpose of an introduction.
I thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have today with us the family of Senate Page Stephen Gross of Newport News. Mother and father Valencia and Stephen Gross, and his sister Morgan Gross, who was a Senate Page with us just here last year, Mr. President. So we're making it a family tradition.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Stephen Gross please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have the family of Senate Page Jacob Kirkland. And today in the gallery we have Jacob's mother, Rachel Kirkland, and father, James Kirkland. And so, Mr. President, I ask that you provide them with the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Jacob Kirkland please rise in the gallery if you're able. Thank you all so much. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
I thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to announce that our page, Mackenzie Bates of Concord, Virginia, she has her mom and dad here. That is Christy Lane Bates and also Joshua Bates. And at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I hope you would introduce the Bates family.
I thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Mackenzie Bates please rise to the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of extraordinary introductions.
I thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd appreciate it if you would extend a very warm welcome to the family of the extraordinary Page Langley Amory. In the gallery are his mom and dad, Terry and Meade Amory, who have been longtime friends of mine. And in Senate Room A is his sister, Quinby. And in case you wonder where her name came from, her grandmother is there, who is also Quimby Amory, and her grandfather, Charles Amory.
I thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Langley Amory please rise to the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I rise to introduce the family and guests of our Senate page Emma Chupp from Broadway. Mr. President, we are joined in the gallery today by her mom and dad, Benjamin and Allison Chupp, and by her sister, Maddie. And in Senate Room A, her grandparents, Alan and Diana Berkshire, and one of Suzanne's and my political children, our dear friend Audrey Berkshire, her aunt.
Thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Emma Chupp please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you so much for being here today. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, today we have the family of Senate page Thaddeus Martin of Oilville. Joining us in the gallery are his parents, Alton Martin, and that's his father, and his mother, Jamie Baskerville Martin. In Senate Room A, we have his grandparents, James Baskerville and Teresa Baskerville, and his sister, Eleanor Martin, and his brother, Hugh Martin. I ask that you welcome them to the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Thaddeus Martin please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have the family of Delaney Adams of Fairfax City. She is joining us today. Miranda Adams, the mother, and then Donald and Caroline Sawyer, grandparents of Delaney, are also here today.
Thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Delaney Adams please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
I rise for purposes of an introduction.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery today are the parents of my Senate page, Trent Seitz of Fredericksburg, Stephen and Jennifer Seitz, if you would give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Trent Seitz please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
I'd like to introduce the parents of our Page Knox dandy from Richmond. We're joined in the gallery today by his mother, Stacy, and his father, Ben, and a younger brother, Marshall, is watching downstairs. And Marshall was a page here in 2011, and I would ask that you would extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Would the family and guests of Senate page Knox ND please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you so much for being here today. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I'd like to introduce to you the family and guests of Senate Page Drew Benedetti of Richmond City. Joining us in the gallery and in Senate Room A are Drew's mother and father, Tom and Liz Benedetti, as well as his godmother, Marianne Radcliffe, his uncle, Matt Benedetti, and his cousin, Jeb Benedetti. Mr. President, please offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Will the family and guests of Senate Page Drew Benedetti please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you so much for being here today. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
I rise for an introduction.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us in the gallery today, we have the parents and family of Caroline Henry of the Mount Vernon part of Fairfax County. Joining us today, we have her mother, Danielle Henry, and in Senate Room A, we have her grandfather and grandmother, Ken and Lynn Harris, and her uncle, Pete Harris. And I would ask that you extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Caroline Henry please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you so much for being here. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, today we have the family of our Senate Page Lily Rush of Christiansburg in the gallery. Majority Whip over on the other body, Nick, and his wife, Jennifer, and her brothers serve us in the U.S. military. So I hope you give them a warm welcome.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Lily Rush please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in defense of the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy.
Senator has the floor.
And for a few introductions. Mr. President, we have with us, I'm going to go through a great group of pages. But the first one is our Senate Page and her family, Shawana Acito. Shawana is from Ashburn, and she's joined in the gallery by Mom Joanna, Father Guy, and their friend Kieran Tefelsky.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Shawana Acito please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you so much for being here. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have in the gallery the family of our Senate Page Grant Biddlecombe of Reedville. Grant's mom and dad, Don and Joe, are in the gallery. And also in Senate Room A are his brothers, Davis and Will, who I'm sure are significantly shorter than Grant.
As is everybody else. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Grant Biddlecombe please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we also have the family of our Page Will Bishop of Richmond. Will is joined by his grandmother, Harriet, and grandfather, Bob, and Mr. President, also by his mom and dad, Trish and George Bishop. Mr. President, George was a Senate Page of 1978, if you could offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Will Bishop please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we also have the family of our Senate Page Mallory Chalker of Mosley. She's joined by parents Greg and Tammy. If you could offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Mallory Chalker please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have the family of our Senate Page Caroline Coleman of Arlington. Her parents, Paige and Art, are with us in the gallery today.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Caroline Coleman please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have the family of our Senate Page Anika Damaraju of Broadlands, Virginia. Mr. President, in the gallery we have Dad Raji, Mom Madhavi, and her brother Amit.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Anika Damaraju please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a couple people in the gallery I know very well, and that is the family of our Page Mackenzie Marker of Mechanicsville. Mr. President, we have in the gallery my sister, her mother, Mitzi Marker, and her dad, J.R. We also have her grandparents, Caroline and John Marker, who are in Senate Room A. And Mr. President, the final guest is my mother, Sandy McDougall, who Reagan refers to as Meemaw, if you could offer them a warm welcome of the Senate.
Would Meemaw and the family and guests of Senate Page Mackenzie Marker please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today.
Mr. President, I voted for Grandma, but I was overruled.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, we have with us the family of our Senate Page Ann Nealon of Alexandria. We have her mother, Catherine, and brother Bobby, and we have her two sisters, Molly and Bridget.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Ann Nealon please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have the family of our Page Reese Smith of Powhatan. Reese's mom and dad, Shelley and Gray, are in the gallery, and Reese's grandparents, Whit and Lynn, are with us in Senate Room A. If you could offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Reese Smith please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have the large family of our Senate Page Dylan Spruill of Mechanicsville with us, Mr. President. Dylan's mother and father, Todd and Angela, are with us in the gallery, and Dylan's entire grandparents are with us here today. Janice and James Goodman, and Beverly and William, or we all know him as Bill Spruill, who you see every day when you come in on the Main Street entrance to the Pocahontas building.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Dylan Spruill please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have the family of our Page Ian Stolley of Virginia Beach. Madam Clerk advises me this is the last Stolley. Mr. President, we have Ian's mother and father, Colin and Denise Stolley, with us in the gallery. And Mr. President, we have a change to your sheet. Cameron Dunavant, Ian's cousin, who is also in the Page class of 2006, joining us.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page Ian Stolley please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have the family of our Senate Page area Wallivacar of Broadlands with us. We have mother and father Abhijit and Shatal, and her brother and her sister Iana.
Thank the Senator. Would the family and guests of Senate Page area Walvicar please rise in the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, finally we have with us in the gallery two individuals that are just absolutely crucial to our Page program. They are Jeff and Lynn Snow, our hotel chaperones. I think all the families in the gallery know them very well. Certainly, they are vitally important to the success of this program. Mr. President, I would say as you offer them and all the rest of the families the warm welcome to the Senate, that the Page program that we have in the Senate of Virginia is the best in the entire country, whether that's state or federal, and you will see a tremendous difference in your children as they return home to you. These individuals will be the future leaders of Virginia and the nation, and we owe that in large part to the efforts of Jeff and Lynn Snow for making sure they stay only in a modicum of trouble while they're not with us at the Capitol. Maybe some lessons they've learned from my colleagues, but Mr. President, if you could offer the Snows. Maybe I was just meeting my seatmate. Mr. President, maybe if you could offer the Snows the warm welcome and appreciation of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would Jeff and Lynn Snow please rise in the gallery? Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Jeff and Lynn. And we really could use some chaperones on this side as well, in that corner in particular. But thank you all so much. And finally, and last but certainly not least, I'd like to recognize the page who was the Lieutenant Governor's page for this session and his family, Ethan Lynn. And in the gallery with us are Ethan's father, Andy Lynn, his mother, Karen Lynn, and in Senate Room A is Sandra Lynn, who is Ethan's grandmother, Kathy Wilkins, who is also Ethan's grandmother, and Ashley Burksdale, who is a civics teacher for Ethan. And I will just say these are all incredibly special pages, each of them equally impressive, and we've been so grateful to have the opportunity, really the privilege, to work with them throughout this session. And I've had the personal privilege of getting to work with Ethan and him keeping me in line throughout this entire session. And so I would ask that the family and guests of Senate page Ethan Lynn please rise in the gallery if you are able. Thank you all so much for being here. So at this point, we've been waiting for this. I would ask all the families, parents, guests to please rise in the gallery and give you a resounding round of applause for everyone here. Thank you. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that the stunt pages, now that the pages are not working today, hand out what will be known as Senate page resolution number 1, which I have in my hand in this Senate mail pouch right here. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I can tell you that I have read every word of this resolution. It may be grammatically perfect, but it is highly inaccurate. And therefore, for those reasons, I now move that we waive the reading of the page resolution number 1.
Question is, shall the reading of the resolution be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The chair is uncertain. No. The ayes have it. The reading of the resolution is not waived because you're going to read it. How's that for a procedural motion?
I'm more confused than ever.
That's saying something. You got the floor, Senator.
Thank you. I'm going to hand this as your last duty. Come here, Jaden. Undo that thing because I can never do it. You always have to do it for me. Give me the page resolution, I guess, now that I have to read it. There's nothing in there? Well, we don't have to read it. It's not in here. Mr. President, I am aware that Senator Servell has 14 floor amendments, and Senator Edwards has 20, and we probably should take those up in a block. No? Okay, fine. We'll waive that too. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you for immediate consideration, Senate Page Resolution Number 1. A resolution of the class of the Finchlings. Patrons: Abriels, Aceto, Adams, Ali, Amory, Bates, Bender Prouty, Benedetti, Biddlecombe, Bilchick, Bishop, Chalker, Chupp, Coleman, Damaraju, Dendy, Ford, Gonzalez, Gross, Henry, Hoagland, Hudson, Kirkland, Libby, Lynn, Marker, Martin, Nealon, Pillion, Rainey, Rush, Seitz, Smith, Spruill, Stoll. Oh, I'm sorry. Stolly, Walvikar, and Zhang. Whereas the class of 2018 is the class of Finchlings. And whereas we, the class of Finchlings, had a memorable session, experienced thanks to the following senators and Madam Clerk, all of whom did a fantastic job of narrowing 190 applications to 37, the class of the Finchlings, and Governor and Mrs. Northam for hosting a reception at the Executive Mansion, and senators, administrative assistants, legislative assistants, Senate clerk's office staff, parents, alumni, and many others for helping rake in monetary donations, bags, boxes, carts, and vans stuffed with non-perishable food items for our annual community service project. In one afternoon of volunteer work at the Feed More Distribution Warehouse, the Page class of 2018 sorted 9,000 pounds of mixed grocery products, yielding 7,500 meals. In total, our class donated over $10,000 and 2,452 pounds of mixed grocery products. We have an immense amount of appreciation for everyone involved, especially our Chief Fundraising Officer, Mrs. Wagner, and Senator DeSteff for the ties, pizza night out, and mock session milkshakes. He doesn't do that for us here. And Madam Clerk, Mrs. Edwards, senators and staff for the scrumptious, luscious, delectable, practical, and impractical treats for Valentine's Day. And the program capstone participants, Pages, Governor Northam, Lieutenant Governor Fairfax, Madam Clerk, Senators Black, DeSteff, Donovan, Edwards, McDougall, McPike, and Survell. Special Pages, Regan McDougall, and Brian Whetstone, Page class of 2016. The staff, Mr. Finch, Mrs. Whetstone, Mrs. Horch, Mrs. Carter, Ms. Bolsted, Mrs. O'Brien, and our distinguished guests in the Senate gallery, and Capitol Police officers for their vigilant eye every day and security detail during excursions to the Virginia Commonwealth University, the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, St. John's Church, and Feed More of Richmond. Thank you for your sacrifice and service to us all. To our day team, Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Sackich, Mrs. Pierce, Ms. Thurber, our tutoring team, Ms. Perlmutter, Ms. Benson, Mr. Davis, Mr. Ryder, and Mrs. Berkeley. Our night team, Mr. and Mrs. Snow, our hotel house parents. And our fearless leader, who has yet to learn the full rendition of Senator Stanley's song, "You're a mean one, Mr. Finch. You don't give the pages an inch." He'll learn it someday. To DMV Commissioner Richard Holcomb for the Senate 18 keepsake license plates. And Tracy Clary for sharing his firsthand knowledge about the bountiful, boiling, flavorsome, succulent, and complimentary Brunswick stew. And Whereas we were alert, mindful, aware, attentive, and wise. Thanks to our program partners, Christy Dalton, Susie Roller, Jessica Howe, and Tim McDermott, Feed More Richmond, Service Project Liaisons, Laura Brown, Charles Brown, Suzanne Hoffman, and Vajana Laughlin, Town and Country Cotillion on Etiquette, Lauren Gilbert, Sorensen Institute for Political Leadership on Ethics, Anthony Romanello, Deputy Manager of Henrico County Local Government Leadership Class, Jean Fischel from the Attorney General's Office on Cyber Safety, Alan Nash, Mecklenburg County Commonwealth's Attorney, David Poole from the Virginia Public Access Project for resources available to the public, Sharon Myers, Virginia Credit Union on money management, Joe Lurch, Virginia Association of Counties, the Honorable Jay DeBoer, Reflection on Legislative Services, Barry Bradbury, Elon University, Juan de la Rosa Diaz, Virginia Tech, Berkeley Leonard, Hampden Sydney College, yeah, Dara Logan, Lynchburg College, Ollie Gentry, Longwood University, Amanda Latham, James Madison University, Jerry Brown, Jr., Radford University, Sally Richmond, Washington and Lee University, Takarla Moore from the Old Dominion University, Taylor Watts from Jefferson's College of Health Sciences, Nelson Davis from Randolph College, David Lesens, Randolph-Macon College, Gene Swartz from Shenandoah University, Savannah Oxner from Sweetbriar College, Amadi Slaughter from the University of Richmond, and Taryn Adkins, Virginia Commonwealth University, introducing us to college admissions. And our Senate Page alumni, John McGee, Garrett, class of 1960, George Bishop, class of 1978, and Deputy DMV Commissioner, Mandy Burnett, class of 1987 from the Virginia Trial Lawyers, and Justin Wilson, class of 1993, the Vice Mayor of Alexandria, Lindsay Potts Reams, the class of 1996, a lobbyist, Joseph Taylor, class of 1996, an attorney, Morgan Quick, class of 2000, Richmond County Administrator, Kyler Hedrick, class of 2008, now legislative assistant, Emily Hawk, class of 2010, admissions ambassador for Sweetbriar College, Thomas Canella, class of 2011, Brocoston City Councilman, Frankie Gardner, class of 2015, a recent United States Senate page, for sharing memories of their page service, their advice for being successful during session, and infinite wisdom we will carry into our professional lives. And whereas we, the class of the Finchlings, salute those of you who admirably served and defended our great nation. Senator Black, Senator Cosgrove, Senator DeSteff, Senator Edwards, Senator Hanger, Senator Reeves, Senator Ruff, Senator Saslaw, Senator Stewart, and Senator Wagner. Thank you. And whereas we, the class of the Finchlings, knew better than to replicate the shenanigans seen at certain desks along the South Side. Hint, the senator reading this resolution. Hey, that's me. And understand, now, chicken salad sandwiches with no sandwich. And whereas we, the class of Finchlings, will always remember the following. Senator Carrico watches cat videos. I should have read this first. Oh, man. Cat videos. I can't see. Okay. Where was I? Oh, right here. Senator Carrico watches cat videos. Senator Reeves watches Netflix. Senator DeSteph is a prankster. And according to Senator Stewart, Senator Stanley talks enough for everyone. Cat videos. Sassy Senator Saslaw. We notice more about him than anyone. And by the way, he's still looking at the right even when he's on the left. And by the way, he is older than LIS, but younger than Moses. How much exactly is up for debate? And by the way, his historical knowledge qualifies him for honorable discharge to a distinguished position with the state archives. At least they didn't tag you with the cat videos part. I'm never going to forget that as long as I live, kids. I'm never going to. Trivia with Senator Servell and Senator Eben. This is Jeopardy! Senator Norman, his report on Senator Wagner's golf game. Learning how to goggle is not mastering a dance move. Debate technique or introductory statements about how to do the pony, whatever that is. We'll take that up later. Senator Deeds, frequent testing of all voting buttons in rapid succession. Red outfits, red votes, and red salamanders. Oohs, moos, and boos. Moaning. Groaning and zoning. Ayes 21, nays 19. Nays 21, ayes 19. Ayes 10, nays 30. Ayes 30, nays 10. Announcements. Whereas we, the class of Finchlings, have grave concerns about our basketball skills on the court, but more than made up for it with our team marketing in the stands. The slogans where we are at the peak of our game. The Senate will seal in the win. I don't get that one. Senate seal. Oh, Senate seal. Oops, sorry. Roughhousing. Voguel. Did I say that right? Voguel. DeSteph Von Curry. We are already working on our victory dance. Hanger games. The Senate is sharp. Let me hear you howl for the Senate. Lock in the win. Fear the Finch, which these young men and women do every day. And whereas we, the class of Finchlings, will never forget the following. Nervously awaiting phone calls when filling in for a sick administrative assistant. Debating Pizza Bill 4553. Starting a petition to give Trent the hairstyle twists. The need to start another petition to give Mr. Finch hair. That petition didn't work too well. The 10-mile hike to the clerk's office, which felt like 20 when we got in trouble. Mr. Finch walking down the street with a bullhorn. Nicole thinking the Miss Virginia contest was not real. Will's turkey noise. Scarlett's exploding root beer. Langley's rendition of Delegate Ferris's dog hunting fable. It's classic. The great car seat debate. Spoliation. Pimento cheese. pimento cheese. Making the governor get us water. Gluten-free apples. Mac and cheese. All the nights we ate ramen in our room because we were so tired. And whereas we, the class of Finchlings, are sad this day has come and think that's unfortunate. And our graduation and completion of the program, now therefore be it resolved that we, the class of Finchlings, know you will be relieved to hear that we do not have a committee substitute, 2 floor amendments, 4 floor substitutes, and a partridge in a pear tree. And be it resolved further that we, the 2018 class of the Finchlings, will end by saying life, liberty, and the right to mulch. America! Come on, say it, America! America! America. Mr. President, I now move with the recommendation that we reject the resolution that this body agree to Senate page resolution number 1.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate page resolution number 1? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. President,
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate page resolution 1 passed, I now move that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate page resolution number 1 was agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Spotsylvania.
I hate to do this, but I might have to put the brakes on this and ask. I'm kidding.
Mr. President, I now move that.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the reasons already described, I move now that we agree to Senate page resolution number 1, sir.
Mr. President,
Prince William,
will the senator yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
No.
Senator will not yield.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill, this
senator has the floor.
Resolution includes the word mulch, so I'm having some difficulty here, Mr. President.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate page resolution number 1? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate page resolution number 1? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, please close the roll right now.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Resolution is agreed to.
When I started here with the Senate 44 years ago when I was 9 years old, pages stayed at local hotels with no chaperones, no tutors, no adult supervision at all. Obviously, this program has come a long way since those days. The first girl page was appointed in 1971 by Lieutenant Governor J. Sargent Reynolds, whose portrait hangs here. Chaperones were added in 1976, when a mother sat down on the edge of my desk and said, "I will not leave my daughter here unless you have an adult staying at that hotel." Study hall was added shortly after that, and in the 1980s, Richmond area pages were allowed to stay at the hotel to have the full class experience, including tape on the door. And last year, we moved to a more formalized leadership program. I told this class in orientation that working here is like moving to a foreign country, learning a new language and a new culture. And after 9 weeks, I think they would agree with that. We have watched a group of young people who were initially very apprehensive and very shy learn time management skills, how to budget their money, how to adjust to a roommate, real challenge, and what is the best restaurant for your money in Shaco's Slip. They have dined with the governor and the first lady, the lieutenant governor, Senator Stanley, Senator DeSteff. They have experienced the reenactment at St. John's Church, where they realize we are still using some of the same motions. And they've taken many educational tours of historic Richmond sites. They have had speakers on etiquette, cyber safety, money management, college admissions, and life in the real world from former Senate pages. They have drafted and debated bills in committee and had one of the best mock sessions I think we have ever experienced here. That was despite the pages who really didn't know the rules of the floor. Not even the governor. They have, as you have heard earlier, raised money for Feed More, over $10,000, and over 2,000 pounds of food with their strategist, Lucille Wagner. Benjamin Franklin said, "Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn." I think that our program teaches and involves young people from the moment they walk in the door to the end of the session with their graduation. They definitely learn government firsthand. Some good, some not so good. Is this program worth it? Absolutely. As Governor Andrew Cuomo has said, we need to attract a new generation of the best and brightest to public service. The government can be a source of inspiration, not degradation. We hope that this program has been an inspiration to these young people to be involved in their community, their state, and their country. We hope they will always remember how important it is to vote, because many women and men have paid the ultimate sacrifice for you to have that right. We hope that they will be filling seats here. You can have mine today if you want it. And down the hall, where you will re-teach the more numerous body how it's supposed to be done. As Nelson Mandela said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. We would like to thank the families who have shared your young people with us for the last 9 weeks. You will find that your page is definitely not the same child you left with us in January. They will expect to eat out each night, have their beds made, etc. But they will also be more interested in the news, government, and policy issues. We will miss these young people, their smiles, their energy, their cheerful greetings in the morning when we're stumbling through the door for another day of session, their laughter, their questions, their interest. They are now a part of the fabric and history of this very special Capitol. We hope that you will come back and visit us, and when you come, please wear a name tag so we know who you are, because you will grow by a foot, and we will look just as old and tired as when you left. So I want to close with this Apache blessing. May the sun bring you new energy by day. May the moon softly restore you by night. May the rain wash away your worries. May the breeze blow new strength into your being. And may you walk gently through the world and know its beauty all the days of your life. Thank you. Okay, now if you will, and parents, don't try to fall over the railing filming this, okay? You will get all of this on a DVD, every bit of it, even Senator Stanley. But no cat videos. So we're going to ask each young person to come forward. When you get your folder, there is a white envelope in that. Do not open it until you're told to open it. Okay? Okay. Josephine Abriels. Good job. Shauna Acito. Delaney Adams. Thank you. Jaden Ali. Langley Amory. Thank you. Good job, buddy. Don't let the dogs out. Mackenzie Bates. Sean Bender Prouty. Thank you. Good job. Drew Benedetti. Grant Biddlecombe. What do you use that net for? Catch fish. Okay. Thank you. Nicole Bilchick. Thank you. Will Bishop. I never did get to tell you those stories about your father. Thank you. Good job. Mallory Chalker. Thank you. Emma Choate. Chop. Thank you. Caroline Coleman. Thank you. Good job. Anika Damaraju. Thank you so much. Good job. Knox Dindy. Thank you. Grace Ford. Thank you. Good job. Zoe Gonzalez. Thank you. Good job. Stephen Gross. Thank you. Carolyn Henry. Good job. Quentin Hoglin. Thank you. Good job. Colin Hudson. Good job. Okay. Jacob Kirkland. Good job. Ava Libby. Great job. Ethan Lynn. Thank you. Thank you for the note. Mackenzie Marker. Great job. Thaddeus Martin. Annie Nealon. Thank you. Good job. Teddy Pillion. Nice smile. Scarlett Rainey. Lily Rush, who doesn't like pickles. Or mayonnaise.
But likes to talk.
Trent Seitz. Thank you. Good job. Reese Smith. Thank you so much. Good job. Good job. Dylan Spruill. Good job.
There you go. You're welcome.
Mr.
Mr. Stolley.
Stolley. And he's not the last. I checked. Ariel Walvacar. It's better than the first time. Yeah. Thank you so much. You did a great job.
Yeah, you did a great job. And Peter Zhang.
And Peter Zhang. Thank you. Okay, you can all take the white envelopes out. Don't open them yet, Knox. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. That tip, don't show it to your father. That tip is from the members of the Senate for a job well done. Thank you very much. And we now have a presentation to the Lieutenant Governor.
Okay, so on behalf of the Page class, we have made how much money is this? We made a $200 donation to the American Heart Association for you.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And also for you, we have a signed picture frame of our class. Your first.
That's it.
So this concludes our Page graduation, and the Pages will be leaving out the center doors.
copy room door.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going out the copy room door. Thank you again for everything you did for us, and please come back and visit and wear the name tag.
Senate will be at ease. They are now. All right. The Senate will come to order. The chair appoints Senators Sturdivant, Peake, and Peterson, the committee on the part of the Senate to count and report the vote of each House in each case. The Senate will be at ease. Will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. The joint order under House Joint Resolution number 575 will be resumed. The clerk will read the report of the committee to count the vote.
As follows: number of votes necessary to elect in the House of Delegates 51, in the Senate 21.
Chair recognizes the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, after a moment of consideration and deliberation, I suppose I will move to waive the reading of the report.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the report be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the report is waived. Those named in the report as having received the vote of a majority of the members elected to each house of the General Assembly are declared duly elected as judges of the respective circuit courts, general district courts, and juvenile and domestic relations district courts for the terms that have been set forth. No nominee having received the vote of a majority of the members elected to each house of the General Assembly, no election result has resulted for the office of 2 judges of the Juvenile and Domestic Relations District Court of the 19th Judicial District for a term of 6 years commencing July 1st, 2018. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move for unanimous consent to introduce a Senate resolution after the deadline and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is for a local championship basketball team. We didn't have the resolution and results till it was after the deadline.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate grant consent to introduce a resolution mentioned by the senator from Alexandria? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The consent of the Senate is granted to introduce the resolution.
Senate calendar for Friday, March 9th, 2018. Conference reports on page 4. Oh, you want to... Turning to page 29 of your calendar, uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 248, applying to the governor to call a special session and establishing a schedule for the conduct of business coming before such special session.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to renew my argument in belief of the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the resolution that we took up yesterday, 248, asking the governor to call this legislative body back into a special session. Mr. President, I think we had a lot of conversation on this. For this to be enacted, it must receive a 2/3 vote of this body. Then it would have to go down the hall and receive a 2/3 vote of that body. So with that, Mr. President, I would ask that this legislature agree to the resolution to call us back into special session so that we can immediately go to continue work on the budget.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution number 248.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and the gentlemen of the Senate, I say this objectively. Yesterday we considered two resolutions that would have extended the session, one for a period longer than the other. The collective decision of the body was to not adopt those two resolutions. I think it is imperative that we move forward to make progress on finding a resolution to this budget impasse, which in round numbers is about $843 million apart. Some of the concerns that some of our members expressed about extending the current session is that it would have put significant pressure on the governor's office to review within a 7-day period significant pieces of legislation that are important to everyone, regardless of your party affiliation and regardless whether you are in the House of Delegates or the Senate. I say this without being disingenuous, that even I recognize that may have been a strain on this new administration's office, where perhaps they do not have the institutional experience or the manpower to do all that within 7 days, so I'm respectful of that. That option has been rejected by the Senate. Consequently, the only remaining option is to request that the governor call us into a special session. And so I respectfully encourage the members of the body to support Senate Joint Resolution 248. Nothing nefarious, nothing insidious, and I am obfuscating absolutely nothing.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Joint Resolution 248? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution 248? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I just want to extend my appreciation to the entire body. Thank you very much for joining in on that.
Thanks, Senator.
On page 4 of your calendar, Conference Committee report on House Bill 222.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the Conference Committee report with regard to HB 222 and speaking to that motion,
Senator
sir.
has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, basically this is a bill that we've seen a lot of around here. It creates I heard it. Time's up. I got dinged. You may remember this as Delegate Moorfield's bill. It creates an opportunity area where if companies come in and invest a certain amount of money and hire a certain number of workers, that they would be tax exempt for a certain period of time. What the committee and conference did was we changed some things where, if you do recall, part of the tax-free opportunities also went to employees. That has been eliminated. Instead of 10 years for income tax subtraction for the company for 10 years, it's now 7 years. It allows for grants to the company per job per year from the Commonwealth's Opportunity Fund of $2,000 per year per employee for a company that has been certified by the EDP. The company is required to pay that employee at least half of the funds that are recovered if a grant, in fact, is given, but there's no requirement that a grant be given. It also adds, pursuant to what the Senate wanted, a reporting requirement for eligible companies to report fiscal savings to our tax department. And so what we have here is an agreement that I think will enable the intent of the patrons' bill to bring companies into areas that have been suffering economically through Southside and Southwest Virginia. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I now move again that we adopt the committee conference report on House Bill 222.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 222? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
House Bill 278.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the conference committee report be adopted. This is a fairly technical bill dealing with compensation of guardians ad litem. The changes are fairly insignificant and go to language rather than operations. So with that, I would ask that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 278? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 5, conference committee report on House Bill 345.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, very simply, it removed the funding clause from the bill. It's been funded in the budget, and this has to do with the assistant to the governor for the coastal adaptation and protection.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 345? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
On page 6, conference committee report on House Bill 443.
Who wants to field this one? Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the conference committee report. Basically, the conference committee report struck out all the language dealing with disability issues, and it just creates a substitution for computer coding for a foreign language if deemed that it was part of the SAT.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 443? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 6, conference committee report on House Bill 483.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is a companion to a bill that I carried. This is part of the restitution package, and the conference report basically adopts technical changes requested by the circuit court clerks.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 483? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 7, Conference Committee report on House Bill 532. Sorry.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the decision of the conference. This is the same, mirrors the bill that was passed out of here, and it was related to the clause that in mind as far as funds being there, and the funds are there for this hemp bill research that will allow it to expand to universities and allow farmers to produce another product. And I hope you will accept the conference decision.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is Senator from Hanover? Senator Dougal rise.
Mr. President, to speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, there are a number of conference committee reports that are going through the body now that deal with the clause, and we're looking at those as a body individually. And Mr. President, I think the decision that we are trying to determine is if those items do require funding and if they were in the Senate budget. And if those two things, if they do not require funding, then it's good for the clause to come off. If they're in the Senate budget, then it's good for the clause to come off. And the other ones will probably be making the motion to not have the clause come off. But Mr. President, the senator from Petersburg is correct. This is one that yesterday, as it went through the process, was determined the funding was in the Senate budget, House budget, governor's introduced budget, so it is not an issue. And I joined in the motion to ask that we agree to the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 532? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 39, noes 0.
Page 8, Conference Committee report on House Bill 690.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference report and speaking the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is similar to my piece of legislation that allowed registrars to live in an adjacent locality and serve. But the other body took a different approach. They focused on small communities. Unfortunately, the population number they picked down the hall didn't even serve the purposes of the patron. So what we did in conference is look at the first strata of payment for registrars. That's areas with a population from 0 to 25,000. This bill now applies only to localities under 25,000 population. So, Mr. President, I ask we adopt the report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 690? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
On page 8, House Bill 709.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate go ahead and adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, wish to speak to it?
Yes, speaking to that motion. What happened, ladies and gentlemen, is when the bill left the Senate, we had a carve out for Planning District 8. The bill has to do with increasing fines for a criminal violation of zoning ordinances. When the Senate bill went to the House, they determined that the carve-out for Planning District 8 was not constitutional, so they passed a bill without it. So we went into conference, and we actually changed our strategy a bit, and I think it's a much better strategy. Rather than increasing the cap for the application of a fine at the point where there's a first conviction. We have waited until the individual has 3 times to correct it, and then we increase the cap. So right now, under current law, if you're convicted of a misdemeanor criminal violation against a zoning ordinance, current cap is $1,000. The judge gives you a period of time by which to correct that violation under current law. If you don't correct it, the fine could go up to $1,000. And then under current law, you have an additional 10-day period by which you could correct that zoning violation. If you hadn't corrected it within the period dictated by the judge, under current law, that cap is $1,500. The only thing this bill does is the next time you get an additional 10 days to correct the zoning violation, and for every 10 days thereafter, the cap would go up to $2,000. What this does is it really enables us to have an opportunity, perhaps, for a judge to more significantly penalize repeat offenders or offenders who are refusing to correct the infraction. Having explained it in more detail than anybody probably ever wants to hear about, I respectfully ask that we go ahead and adopt the conference report. Thank you so much.
Thank the senator. What purpose does the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greatly appreciate the efforts of the lady from Arlington. I know they have been most sincere, and I also applaud the patron of the bill. I think of the House bill on this. I think they've tried to do what they could. With tremendous reluctance, I changed my position and agreed that as long as we limited this to District 8, I would vote for it, because District 8 tends to have significant wealth. And so I was willing to bend, but I feel most uncomfortable. I mean, we've got people who are down in South Side and Southwest Virginia and many places where we're talking about big money. We're talking about money that hurts people in a bad way. I understand they're not complying. I understand they're not doing what they're supposed to do, but I just can't go this far. So I'm going to have to reverse my position, and I apologize to the gentlelady. I thought we had it done. I thought we were going to get it done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. Basically, this bill is back before. It's pretty much the way it was before. It impacts every part of the state of Virginia now, not just Planning District 8, not just Northern Virginia. It affects Chesapeake. It affects Danville. It affects Whitful, Bristol, you name it. And these fines are tremendously increased in this bill. And I cannot in good conscience see how we can pass a bill with this large of a penalty increase. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to rise to speak in opposition to this bill, and I would like to associate my comments with the good Senators Cosgrove and the gentleman from Loudoun County. Sorry, I don't have my sheet in front of me, but I would like to associate myself with those comments. In Chesterfield, to raise those fees that high would be a burden. And for those reasons, I'm going to respectfully vote against this measure. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Mr. President, just to speak to the bill briefly.
Senator has the floor.
I'm not sure what all the protest is about. Over the last number of years that I've served in this General Assembly, we've gone from 3 miles per hour for a traffic violation to $6 per hour. We've doubled the fee for speeding tickets. We've taken misdemeanor convictions, Class 1 misdemeanor, from $1,000 to $2,500, and that was in one fell swoop, one bill. So with this legislation, we're saying on a third offense, you can go as much as high as $2,000, when right now you can go as high as $1,500. What's the big deal? These are criminal violations. And I have no problem with this conference report, and I urge you to support it.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, mulch, that's why. Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition. And now that Bath County is blessed with a tax benefit that has worked through, I understand the senator from Bath County's feeling that $1,000 or $1,500 is no big deal any longer. But these are not successive criminal convictions. What this is are successive 10-day periods, which means that for every successive 10-day period in which a zoning violation is not cured, there is another $2,000 fine that is assessed. And what I would say is that not all zoning violations occur as a consequence of a car without tires sitting in the front yard of somebody's home, as may be the case in Williamsburg. It may be a much more complicated issue. It may be a commercial structure that needs to be modified. It may be a house that is over a line. It may be something that is going to take some time to remedy. And it may cost tens of thousands of dollars to a homeowner in penalties because they cannot get this rectified within the appropriate number of 10-day periods. So I would ask that this conference committee report be allowed to perhaps drift out to sea.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to be heard? Seeing the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no other senator wishes to be heard, and apparently not, I would just like to take a moment to respond to some of the comments. This cap has not been changed for 40 years. So I just want you to keep that in mind. A civil violation has a higher cap than this 2,000. It's at 2,500. And I want to note that before the cap is even applied, the judge, when they make the determination that a person is actually guilty of this zoning violation, determines how much time the person has to correct that violation. It could be 60 days, could be 90 days, could be 6 months. Current law says as long as you do it within that time specified by the judge, you're fine. If you don't, a $1,000 cap could apply. That's current law. And then you have another 10 days under current law after you have your 60 or 90 days that the judge may give you. If you don't comply within the next 10 days, current law says the cap is up to $1,500. This cap doesn't even kick in until it's the next 10 days. And again, it is only a cap. Judges use their discretion. This bill has come a long way. When you first saw it, the cap was applying to the first misdemeanor conviction, and that's not what this bill does now. We worked very hard. I appreciate the help from my conference committee members, and again, I ask that we pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 709? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. Conference report is adopted.
On page 10, House Bill 768.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the conference committee report be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what House Bill 768 does, the conference committee report, is established a fuel tax floor for fuels in the Northern Virginia region as well as my region, Hampton Roads. It sets the floor at the same floor that we have for the statewide fuel tax increase, and it's an important part of for those in the Northern Virginia area as part of the WMATA funding package. It's important in our area to help ensure that we have enough sufficient funds to build out the HRBT. With that explanation, I renew my motion.
Thank the Senator. What purpose does the Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I actually voted for this thing before, but since that time, we have had the first opportunity in many, many years to pass a transportation trust fund, a lockbox, for these types of funds. Now, this bill is going to affect two areas. It's going to affect Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads. And we probably should have fixed this when we passed that tax the first time. So we're having to come back and fix it now. But I got to tell you, I'm having a hard time going back and telling people that we raise their taxes once again where we won't even give them the opportunity through a constitutional amendment to have them make sure that they can trust us with a trust fund. So just before you vote on this, just understand it's only affecting two places, Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads, and that basically we just refuse to provide a transportation lockbox. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Yes, if no one else wishes to speak, let me just clarify that one point, and I understand what the Senior Senator from Chesapeake is concerned about. That would resolve the overall Transportation Trust Fund. This money that would be raised here specifically goes to the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission, which is in a lockbox. It can only be used for tunnels, bridges, and roads. And the other portion for Northern Virginia specifically goes to the Northern Virginia Counter Fund, and it's going to be specifically used. In this case, the increased revenue will only be used for the meeting the WMATA funding needs. So.
What purpose is the Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
You know, you've heard a lot, some of you have been here long enough, over the so-called lockbox. In the time that I've been here, it's only been used twice. Governor Wilder used it in 90 to 92. It was repaid within 2 years. Are you ready for this? With 7.5% interest. Repaid. VDOT could not have spent all that money that quickly, and certainly wouldn't have it in any fund collecting 7.5% interest. Governor Warner borrowed. It was paid back over a slightly longer period of time, again with interest. That's it. That's it. And in each time, that money was badly needed to fund, are you ready for this? Mostly rural public schools. That's what it was used for. So this is not something that occurs hardly ever, and I would hope that you all would support this. A lot of you who will be voting on this does not affect your region, and quite frankly, I couldn't conceive of you coming to me anyway, can't speak for anybody else, and telling me you need to do something in your area with respect to raising money and me saying, well, no. So I would hope that you all would vote for that.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the measure before us here.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would also point out that in 2013, when we passed the legislation creating the funds covering Northern Virginia and the Hampton Roads area, my constituent, former Delegate Albo, was part of that conference committee, and in the measure that passed then, he put a kill switch, that if any of the funds that go into that, which includes the funds from the regional gas taxes, were used for anything other than transportation purposes and the purposes specified in the bill as it passed, that those funds basically would kill the whole bill and in essence wipe out everything that was passed then. So effectively it is in a lockbox now with these funds. So.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Lynchburg? Senator Peake rise.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just speak briefly to the senior senator from Fairfax comments. I will say I do have a position on spending and taxing bills that sometimes people in other areas might not realize it, but people leave the small hick towns that I represent and sometimes travel to the nation's capital and stay in Northern Virginia and buy gas and stay in hotels and spend their money there. So even though we don't represent certain areas, our people from the entire state travel to those areas and spend our hard-earned money there, and I do have an obligation to represent them and to look at how their dollars are spent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate adopt conference committee report regarding House Bill 768? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
On page 10, House Bill 796.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Step.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I move we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
So, Mr. President, what it does on House Bill 796, this is dealing with rezoning with individuals with disability and any variance granted to provide reasonable accommodations or modifications for a person with those disabilities. And what this does is after they sell the house, this allows the locality to say that they may keep those variances. So they don't have to. It's not a shall. It changes the shall to a may. So with that, I move we adopt the conference committee report. Thank you very much.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt conference committee report related to House Bill 796? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 11, House Bill 824.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph. Good afternoon again, Senator.
Again, on House Bill 824, I move we adopt the conference committee report. Speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
So, Mr. President, this was one that was originally the short-term rental issue that involved City of Lexington and the City of Virginia Beach. There was we have peace in the valley and at the beach, so on both sides. What this does is any special service district, which is Sandbridge, it exempts them and allows them to be grandfathered under this. Then the rest of the city allows for the city to put this under their current ordinances and regulations or future ordinances and regulations. So with that, Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 824? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Conference Committee report on House Bill 877.
Stanley. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Darn. Mr. President, hey, down boy. Down boy. Mr. President, this does not involve cat videos. I move that we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that with regard to HB 877.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. This is regarding the availability of records, and the original bill involved the state veterinarian. That had a cost that was incurred. So what they did was adopted the Senate position, which took out the state veterinarian, which then took out the cost. So with there being no fiscal impact, then when that cost was eliminated, then the clause was unnecessary. So those were the changes that were made, and so it streamlines the bill, but it's basically adopting the Senate's position. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I now renew my motion that we adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 877.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 877? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 13, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1055.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the Conference Committee report and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the Conference Committee report is now in the posture that the Senate took as the bill went through. Mr. President, this was dealing with sentencing guidelines. It would require that the Sentencing Commission report to the courts committees of both bodies whether a judge was deviating from including the reasoning for sentencing guidelines departures. Mr. President, I renew the motion that the conference report pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 1055? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 13, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1087.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report with regard to HB 1087.
Thank the Senator. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. President. House Bill 1087 was a lesson that the Senate taught the House with regard to not hearing bills. So Delegate Boysko's bill was with regard to alternative test methods that could be employed for animal research. What the Chairman of Commerce and Labor did was put on top my Senate Bill 28 with regard that myself and the senior senator from the city of Richmond had proposed, passed out of this Senate, and then at first was not considered in the House. I'm happy to report, Mr. President, members of the Senate, that due to the excellent actions of Senator Wagner, my Senate Bill 28 was subsequently heard by the House, passed by the House, and is now on its way to the governor. So therefore, what we did in this conference committee report is we took off Senate Bill 28 with homage to the senior senator from Virginia Beach, and now it is back in its original form, which passed out of the House. So for those reasons, I renew my motion that we adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 1087.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 1087? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
You cleared it. I hit the wrong button.
Oh, it's okay. We'll do it again. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 1087? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Page 14, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 1157.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the Senator. Speak to the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to Mr. President, I'm going to have to pass by temporarily. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you.
Without objection, that'll be passed by temporarily.
Page 15, House Bill 1333.
Senator from Henrico.
Which one? Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report, and I do know about this one. This one is a bill that was heard in both the Senate and the House, and we removed the clause because it's funded in both budgets. And I move that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt Conference Committee report regarding House Bill 1333? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 16, House Bill 1343.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report. This bill and this Conference Committee report deals with notaries performing notarial acts within the course of their employment, being required to surrender their notarial fees to their employer. The conference report is simply an exercise in wordsmithing to get it correct. Doesn't change the policy.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt Conference Committee report regarding House Bill 1343? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 16, House Bill 1379.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Mr. President, this go by temporarily. Thank you.
Without objection, go by temporarily.
On page 17, House Bill 1419.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report and speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was the House version of the recess bill. And let me just briefly describe, we passed that bill earlier on a unanimous vote, as did the other body. In conference, we have two conference reports. This is the first one. Basically, we reverted to the House version, which had a more precise total of instructional hours. Having talked to some elementary school principals back home, they were fine with it. The bottom line is it means more recess. So this is a good bill. Please let your elementary school principals know about it. And I've had some great advocates that came down today, and show them some love. I move that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report regarding House Bill 1419? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate will be in recess. Get it? For more recess, all right? No, that's for you guys. Very good. No, okay, no. Okay. All right. Can't make any more noise, so thank you all.
Page
Madam Clerk.
14, returning to House Bill 1157.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference report just removed the clause on this bill, and it was funded. So that was all that was done, and I move that we accept the report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt conference committee report regarding House Bill 1157? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Returning to page 16, House Bill 1379.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I move we adopt the conference report as amended, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
So, Mr. President, what this bill does, House Bill 1379, is basically it allows up to 3 days for a licensee to provide records that are kept off-site. Prior to the conference report, the language that was used was very confusing. So the conference report clarified the language and made it so the common average man can understand it. So I believe this may put a couple of lawyers out of business, but it's good that the common average man can understand the laws that we're writing. So with that, Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference report. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 1379? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
I think we're getting to that point, and we're on such a roll, clearing up the calendar. On page 19, House Bill 1558 is the grid modernization bill. At the request of the chief patron, since the governor signed the Senate version of it, he's requested it be stricken, and I would so move.
Without objection? Strike it. Okay. Motion on the floor is that House Bill 1558 on page 19 be stricken from the calendar. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those
inquiry.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Sugarline.
Mr. President, I don't know if the scoreboard's incorrect, but the motion that I'm glad it's corrected now. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. So the motion on the floor is a motion to strike House Bill 1558 from the calendar. All those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 22, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 265.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the Conference Committee report, and speaking to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
This is the companion bill that we already adopted the Conference Committee report on to give the governor a special assistance for coastal flooding. With that, and it removes the financial contingency clause. With that, I move we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report regarding Senate Bill 265? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 273.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the Senate version of the recess bill. So, again, move we adopt the conference report. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 273? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39. Ayes 39, noes 1.
Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 278.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the prompt payment bill. Basically, in conference, we changed a couple technical details on liens. Preserving liens is the responsibility of the landowner. We changed the word landowner to owner to make it consistent with the rest of the code. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 278? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 24, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 309. 389.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I'd like this to go by temporarily.
Without objection, it will go by temporarily.
Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 526.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report. I believe that the House version of this has already gone through. This is the drone bill, and basically what this does is, as I recall, it conforms the language with respect to the permissible uses that somebody on the sex offender registry can own or possess a drone. It does limit their ability to own or possess them, but not in a manner to jeopardize the constitutionality of our registry. So with that, I would ask that this pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 526? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 25, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 556.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference report and speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is the Senate version of the Registrar bill dealing with populations under 25,000 that we just passed. I move we adopt the report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 556? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 562.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report. This is part of the restitution larceny agreement. This is the criminal injury compensation fund section of this, simply imposing an obligation on the criminal injury compensation fund to engage in efforts to find the victims of crime, to pay restitution funds that are residing within their accounts. It does involve some personnel and I believe that the clause was removed from this is on account of agreement by the House Appropriations and the Senate Finance staff that it involved non-general funds and no general fund expenditure.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 562? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Conference committee report on Senate Bill 565.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the conference committee report. This is the DNA bill dealing with misdemeanor convictions due to paucity of resources. We have conformed this to the House version, which extends the DNA testing requirement to those persons convicted of 2 misdemeanors rather than the lengthier list that had originally been advocated. So with that, I would ask the adoption of the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 565? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 6.
Ayes 32, noes 6.
On page 28, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 883.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 883 and speaking to that, sir.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is the Senate version of the House Delegate Moorfield bill when it comes to creating economic opportunities for development in underserved and underprivileged areas. The changes are the same. The 10 years has been brought down to the 7. The elimination of the tax-free status for employees for those companies that move in those areas has been made, and also the reporting requirement is in there as well. So for those reasons, as we've just passed the House version, I now move that we adopt the committee conference report on Senate Bill 883.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 883? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 896.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
And this is the companion bill to the House bill we just previously passed that raises the floors for the Hampton Roads and Northern Virginia region to the floor that's established for statewide fuel taxes.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 896? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Returning to page...
Mr. President, voting on the prevailing side on which we passed Senate Bill 896, request reconsideration. Thank you very much.
Question is, shall the vote by which the conference committee report was adopted regarding Senate Bill 896 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senior from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, having previously been explained, I move the conference committee report be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Returning to page 24, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 389.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the conference report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This is the Substance Exposed Infants Bill, Plan for Services. It's more of the work that we have ongoing in the Commonwealth to deal with the opioid crisis. I hope it'd be the pleasure of the Senate to pass it.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 389? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Turning to page 3 of the calendar, Conference Committee report on House Bill 153.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, House Bill 153 deals with honoring and making sure that we are preserving the gravestones and the cemeteries and graves of those that may not have worn the uniform for America in the fight for freedom and independence in the American Revolution, but nonetheless were patriots and helped their country and served. And we have identified there are about 4,300 graves, and we want to make sure that at a low cost of $5 about average per grave site, that those grave sites are maintained, preserved for history and acknowledgement for those that may have given their life for the sacrifice of their nation. So what we did in this to get it in the right posture was we took the House's version. The House version actually has the exact number of grave sites so that we're able to quantify what that is. It's in both budgets. But that was being able, my bill was more broad and could have captured more numbers. We just limited it to ones we knew from the Historical Society exactly where they were and who they were so we could preserve those right away. So that's what we did on that one. And for those reasons, I'd ask that we adopt the conference committee report of House Bill 153.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 153? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 5, Conference Committee report on House Bill 371.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this is the sexual harassment training bill for the legislative branch. It is the House companion. The conference committee report would have all members of the legislature and the legislative branch employees complete this training every 2 years, similar to the ethics training we undergo every other year. And the other change from the original bill that this body has seen is that the training that is offered in the Senate and in the House be substantially similar rather than identical. It need only be substantially similar to each other. And I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding HB 371? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 9, House Bill 763, Conference Committee Report.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move we adopt the conference committee report and speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill will put in statute the Revenue Reserve Fund that we created in our budget last year. It is our hope that it will grow over time. In fact, by the provisions of this statute, it would grow to 2% of our maximum 2% of our general fund revenues from the previous year. There were a number of provisions in there that have been ironed out so that there's an interplay between this reserve fund and our rainy day fund that we have in our Constitution. There is a disagreement in our budget as far as how we phase this revenue fund in, which the Senate position was to do it more aggressively so that we have roughly an additional $90 million that we would propose to establish in that fund for this biennial budget. However, this bill does not change that. That's something that will be arbitrated in the budget conference. So I move that we adopt the conference committee report, which is intended also to help us with our bond rating agencies to make sure they know our plan is to maintain a solid fiscal outlook. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding HB 763? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 21, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 177.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 177 and speaking to that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
They're just jealous. Mr. President, this is the Senate version of exactly what we passed about 5 minutes ago with regard to preserving those that served our country in the Revolutionary War and maybe not wore the uniform, but nevertheless kept us free. And so we're preserving those graves in the same way. So this bill matches identically to the House bill in the changes that we made. So for those reasons, I now move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 177? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
And on page 26, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 796.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This is the Senate companion of the sexual harassment training legislation that we just approved to have the training every 2 years and have the training between the House and the Senate be substantially similar to each other.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 796? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Page 29. Memorial resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to respectfully ask that the Senate stand in recess until 3 p.m.
Without objection, Senate stands in recess until 3 p.m.
Mr. President, if the Senate Republicans would be so kind to retire to our meditation room.
Senator. Order, the senators will please take their seats.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill 287, Conference Committee Report.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff.
Mr. President, I request that we adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 287 and speaking to that measure.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a Stop Gun Violence one, and it basically put an enactment clause in for the first section and second section till 2020, so they can get the money, get the appropriate signatures, and before the money is actually put into the special fund that's a non-reverting fund. With that, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report regarding House Bill 287? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
On page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 454.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, can that go by temporarily, please?
Without objection, we'll go by temporarily.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fairfax City.
I think I could take this one. House Bill 454, I move we adopt the Conference Committee report and speak to it.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was the no-cost and low-cost access to textbooks. This originally came really as an initiative by the delegate down the hall to try and provide no-cost textbooks in institutions of higher education. We got an agreement with the textbook companies to also include a reference to low-cost textbooks, and what we have before you is essentially a compromise version that all sides have signed off on. So I move that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report regarding House Bill 454? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 16, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1351.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, what we did was adopt the Senate position essentially, and the bill dealt with a presumption with regard to joint custody or sole custody or joint legal custody in a custody proceeding. And the position we adopted was that there should be no presumption, which essentially is what the law is anyway. So with that, I'd move we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt Conference Committee report related to House Bill 1351? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 29, memorial resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully move that all of the memorial resolutions on pages 29 through 35 of the calendar, including House Joint Resolution 432 through Senate Resolution number 70, be agreed to in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolution with the understanding that any senator may remove a resolution from the block after the clerk has read the title of that resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 29 through 35, House Joint Resolution 432 through Senate Resolution 70, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. Clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 432, celebrating the life of the Reverend Robert J. Barber, Jr. House Joint Resolution 433, celebrating the life of Laurie Shelton Moran. House Joint Resolution 434, celebrating the life of Apostle Willie Davis, Jr. House Joint Resolution 435, celebrating the life of Ronald F. Carrier. House Joint Resolution 436, celebrating the life of Thomas Preston McNamara. House Joint Resolution 437, celebrating the life of Herman J. Chaney. House Joint Resolution 438, celebrating the life of Wilbert M. Beasley, Jr. House Joint Resolution 439, celebrating the life of Morris Gilmore Stevenson. House Joint Resolution 440, celebrating the life of Clarence L. Sessions. House Joint Resolution 448, celebrating the life of James Edward Thomas. House Joint Resolution 449, celebrating the life of Father Gerard Creedon. House Joint Resolution 456, celebrating the life of the Honorable Harry Robert Perkey. House Joint Resolution 458.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Could you take House Joint Resolution 456 out of the block?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 456 is removed from the block.
House Joint Resolution 458, celebrating the life of the Honorable Harry Burns Blevins, Sr.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Could HJR 458 on page 31 come out of the block?
Without objection, ACR 458 is removed from the block.
House Joint Resolution 473, celebrating the life of Julian H. Meyer, Jr., M.D. House Joint Resolution 474, celebrating the life of Bessie S. Maddox. House Joint Resolution 475, celebrating the life of Irving Comer. House Joint Resolution 476, celebrating the life of Patrick William McDonough. House Joint Resolution 477, celebrating the life of David Samuel Carter, Jr. House Joint Resolution 478, celebrating the life of George W. Thompson, Jr. House Joint Resolution 479, celebrating the life of the Reverend Alexander Lincoln James III. House Joint Resolution 480, celebrating the life of James Champ III. House Joint Resolution 481, celebrating the life of Robert Austin. House Joint Resolution 482, celebrating the life of Philip Madison Griffin. House Joint Resolution 483, celebrating the life of Dr. Wanda S. Mitchell. House Joint Resolution 484, celebrating the life of Vivian Conway Mason. House Joint Resolution 485, celebrating the life of Rosaline Inez Bullock. House Joint Resolution 486, celebrating the life of William G. Somersville. House Joint Resolution 501, celebrating the life of Donald S. Byer, Sr. House Joint Resolution 502, celebrating the life of Henry Louis Myers. House Joint Resolution 503, celebrating the life of Chief Warrant Officer Edward Lennox, United States Navy, retired. House Joint Resolution 504, celebrating the life of Scott Spillane Fricker. House Joint Resolution 505, celebrating the life of Buckley Ann Coon Fricker. House Joint Resolution 549, celebrating the life of Fred Thomas Wright. House Joint Resolution 550, celebrating the life of James F. Brownell. House Joint Resolution 551, celebrating the life of Albert M. Nicodemus, Jr. House Joint Resolution 552, celebrating the life of the Reverend William Franklin Graham, Jr. House Joint Resolution 553, celebrating the life of Darnell Johnson. House Joint Resolution 567, celebrating the life of Frank Crandall. House Joint Resolution 568, celebrating the life of Dorothy Ann McClellan. House Joint Resolution 569, celebrating the life of Eliette Jean Marie Nanette Bocher Conan. Senate Joint Resolution 224, celebrating the life of Mary Speak Hummelstein. Senate Joint Resolution 249, celebrating the life of Nelson J. November. Senate Resolution 61, celebrating the life of Louis Edwin Graziano. Senate Resolution 63, celebrating the life of John D. Miller, Jr. Senate Resolution 64, celebrating the life of the Reverend Franklin Graham, Jr. Senate Resolution 69, celebrating the life of Saul Waite Rawls, Jr. Senate Resolution 70, celebrating the life of Kermit Marshall Cook.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Returning to page 31, HJR 456.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution be agreed to. And just speaking briefly to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I know many people in this chamber served with Delegate Perkey. I did too. During that time, I was a new pup 27 years ago, knew very, very little about how things were supposed to go. And Harry Perkey taught a lot of us about commerce and labor, how things were supposed to work. And he was also a very gentle man, but also a very brilliant man. I know that many of us that served with him during that time and later continue to look up to him even after he left. I know that I'll continue to miss him, and I move the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
House Joint Resolution 458.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Mr. President, I ask the House Joint Resolution 458 be agreed to. And speaking very briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've spoken a couple of times about Harry Blevins on the floor. I'm not going to do it again. But he did serve in the House. This is a House Joint Resolution. He did serve in the Senate. We passed our Senate resolution. And I can really think of no finer person. So thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move all the commending resolutions on pages 36 through 49 of the calendar, including House Joint Resolution 421 through Senate Resolution 75, be agreed to in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions. Any senator who desires to remove a commending resolution from the block will please do so after the clerk has read the number of that resolution.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 36 through 49, House Joint Resolution 421 through Senate Resolution 75, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. Clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 421, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 431, 441, 442, 443, 444, 445, 447, 450, 451, 452, 453, 454, 455, 457, 459, 461, 463, 464, 465, 466, 467, 468, 469, 470, 471, 472, 487, 488, 489, 490, 491, 492, 493, 494, 495, 496, 497, 498, 499, 500, 506, 507, 508, 509, 510, 511, 512, 513, 514, 515, 516, 517, 518, 519, 520, 521, 522, 523, 524, 525, 526, 527, 528, 529, 530, 531, 532, 533, 534, 535, 536, 537, 538, 539, 540, 541, 542, 543, 544, 545, 546, 547, 548, 554, 555, 556, 557, 558, 559, 560, 561, 562, 563, 564, 565, 566, 570, 571, 572, 573, 574, Senate resolutions. 65, 66, 67, 68, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75.
Question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
It is a delightful early hour at 3:45, and I inquire of the clerk, does that complete today's calendar and those conference committee reports that we have before us?
We have one, it looks like.
We have 3 more conference committee reports. 4 more.
4 more. Do we have any idea how many may be outstanding? I see the cheeks getting puffed full of air, so that would suggest more than a couple.
I would say approximately 50.
Why don't we take up those 4, Madam Clerk?
That's page 3.
220, page 3.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the conference report on Senate Bill 220.
Senator has the floor.
And this is the report that deals with immunity being granted to localities and to park authorities for the purpose of recreational activities that are conducted there when there is no gross negligence, and we got everything worked out, and I move that we approve it.
Thank the senator. The senators wish to be heard. Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 220? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5.
Ayes 33, noes 5.
Page 7, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 640.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report with regard to HB 640, and speaking briefly to that, sir.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House Bill 640. What we did was in the House or the Senate version, when it came over to the local governments, what we were trying to do was to get localities to consider in the comprehensive plan broadband infrastructure. So we changed may to shall. The compromise that we reached was shall consider instead of shall do. So based on that, I now move that HB 640's conference committee report be adopted.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding HB 640? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-2.
Page 23, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 371.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, this is the identical bill to House Bill 220 that we just approved the report of conference on, and I move that this report be approved as well.
Thank the senator. Do any senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 371? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
On page 14, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1125.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
I am, Mr. President. We have Senate House Bill 1125, which is now identical to Senate Bill 343, and the bills are identical. The conference committee has agreed, and I move that it be approved.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, speaking in favor of that, just so there's no confusion, also this bill and some others did have the clause on it. We have checked back with the way that we had the bill, and we sent it out under the senator from Enrico. It did not have the clause. Everything's covered in the budget, so that's the reason why it has been removed, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding House Bill 1125? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
On page 23, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 349.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I misspoke earlier. House Bill 1125 is identical to Senate Bill 349, and as the senator from Bedford just explained, there are no budget impact of these bills, and I ask that we adopt the committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report regarding Senate Bill 349? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
There are now 46.
From James City County, Senator Norman.
I'll inquire again, Mr. President. Does that complete the calendar?
That completes the calendar and any other business we have.
I'm going to call for announcements. I know. The announcements on the desk. We're going in order here today.
The only announcement we have is weather, depending upon whether you're here, there, yonder. Friday, March the 9th, there will be snow showers in Bristol by the evening hours, continuing overnight. Isolated snow showers further east across the south. Saturday, March 10th, chance of rain in the southwest late in the day, spreading northeast and changing to rain-snow mix overnight. Sunday, March the 11th, good chance of snow in the west with a rain-snow mix in central and eastern Virginia. Temperatures will range from the 20s to the low 40s. We might as well stay here.
Does that conclude the announcements, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
I don't know if this is okay. Mr. President, brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
since I've got to be here on Friday, I'll just go ahead and take advantage of it. No, earlier today, this body passed a Senate page resolution number 1 accusing me of watching cat videos. And I think I owe this body an explanation. You see, I've served in this body for 17 years, and my background is in law enforcement, so I do a lot of investigating. And I have a lot of people, a lot of friends down the hall, and they've been asking me time after time, why are all these bills coming out with the claws on them? I've just been trying to find the culprit. Thank you, Mr.
Well done. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for a brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The other day, when we were reaffirming our belief and support of He Who Lives at the North Pole, I realized that what this business is all about is hope. And we're coming up on some, tough negotiations coming up here. And let me flash back just a couple of years when the gentleman, the senior senator from Loudoun County, and myself were doing the important work of the Commonwealth in renaming the world's oceans. And in Asia, I had the opportunity to go to Korea. And while I was at the DMZ, I went into the duty-free shop and I found something there. It's the only place you can buy North Korean products. And I saw something I had to have because I knew that someday it would play an important role in the history of our Commonwealth. And yesterday, hope sprung eternal, and we now have an inroad with North Korea to create peace in the world. And so that was a sign that this thing I have kept in my desk for these 4 or 5 years since I first personed it would now come of great value, because I think it was the secret sauce that unglued the acrimony between the United States and North Korea. And now, as our co-chairman of finance lead us into the negotiations, I have here something for them that if they break this out with the House negotiators and they put it on the table and everybody has a glass, I have here North Korean deer antler wine. It's 70 proof. I swear to God there are deer antler shavings at the bottom of this thing. So I'd like to go over and present this to our 2 Finance Committee co-chairmen so that you put this out on the table. We will come to accord quickly and be done with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I am going to share a couple of observations with you which are every bit as humorous as the cat video from Grayson County or the horny deer horns from North Korea audit. First of all, I just want to share with you once again the path that we've traveled the last couple of days. And I want to thank all of the budget conferees for the efforts that they have made up to this point. When we get into budget conference, there really are not Republicans and Democrats when we work on the budget, that regardless of our personal persuasions, we defend the position of the Senate. And that doesn't carry forward when we get on the floor, but I want to thank all of the budget conferees for your personal integrity and commitment to that. But I would say we started, while we have been working hard on the budget and remain willing to continue to work towards a resolution with our friends down the House. I'd like to remind you, we started a couple of days ago with those resolutions to extend. And as I commented earlier this morning, there were some justifiable reasons not to do that. But we started that. During that period of time, the House did not even begin to address trying to get into a posture where we could address the budget impasse. This morning, we passed the resolution 248 that called for a special session of the General Assembly requesting His Excellency the Governor to call the special session. When we passed that without dissent in this body, and I was very pleased about the unanimity that we demonstrated on that in calling for the special session, I immediately requested the clerk's office to physically deliver that resolution down to the House of Delegates. And up to that point, they had made no effort to try and get us into a special session or to extend the session. When they received that, they reacted in a very humorous manner. First of all, I was advised, we will not take up your resolution. And I said, wow. I tried to chuckle. I mean, they call me Senator Cream Puff for a reason.
Ayes and nays.
Well, there are auditory issues here on occasions, but we won't go there. And I said, really? And shortly thereafter, I was advised that they were going to take up a resolution calling upon the governor to call for a special session. And not only did they do that after we had delivered our resolution, they issued for immediate release, a press release on it. And I read the press release, and one of the lines in it is the House budget includes a plan to work with the Trump administration. And what immediately came to my mind is they also are engaging in fake news down the hall. And one of the things that I read was about the Senate budget includes a plan to expand the current Medicaid program, they're talking about in our budget, at a cost of $440 million with no funding to pay for it. And I almost broke out in hysterics. It was so funny because it was so erroneous. And in a moment, the senator from Bedford is going to share with you some remarks on that. So I reflected back, here we've been trying like the Dickens to get us in a posture to continue to discuss and negotiate a budget, which is our primary responsibility. And then I see what happens today. As soon as we try to take the leadership with some unanimity, they react and send out a trashy piece of a news release that is completely distorting what we are trying to do. And I scratch my head and I say, why are they doing this? And I won't say it was an epiphany because I was raised as a Southern Baptist and we don't use those kind of terms, but I did at least have a moment of lucidity. And it occurred to me a couple of things are going on. My local newspaper wrote an article a year or so ago and said I had the dubious pleasure of being the majority leader and the minority leader of the Senate more than anybody in the history of Virginia. And my dear friend, Senator Saslaw, has also enjoyed that opportunity. But the real point of it is we have gone through a cultural change in this body for many years where it has been 1921, 2119, 2020, and in spite of our ideological differences, most of the time we get along pretty collegiate and we do not engage in initiating fake news and attacks. I do think that the House of Delegates are still waiting for that moment of lucidity and epiphany to realize that their margin is 51 to 49. And my good friend Senator Saslaw will tell you that when you have a one-vote margin, regardless of whether it's Republicans or Democrats, it takes an entirely different skill set to lead your caucus and to lead a body. And one of the words that ought to be etched right across your forehead is compromise and developing consensus. And those consensus are not always restricted to your party. And I don't think that our friends down the hall who lost 15 seats have adjusted just yet to that cultural resolution, that cultural realization. And what has come about, I think, is a divisiveness within that majority party down there. And I have told our ladies and gentlemen on this side that if I, as the pretending leader of the Senate Republicans, was put in a position where I was out on an issue by myself and my entire leadership team was the other way on that same position, I would resign. Because it would, yeah, I know you'd be happy over there. But it would be an unequivocal demonstration that I was not providing the leadership that was consistent with the majority of where my caucus wanted to go. And if you look down there on the House budget, which is completely constructed on Medicaid expansion savings that they did not spend on health care, you would see that there is a significant division within that caucus because the majority of their caucus voted against their own budget, and all but one of their leadership team voted against that budget. And I won't say that that is a reflection of a meltdown, but it is certainly a reflection that there is at least some modest chaos going down the hall. And I find that with some degree of amusement, but I also find it with some degree of irritation as I hear, we're not going to take up your resolution because we want to do it. I take it with some irritation where both Republican and Senate House bills, Republican and Democratic bills have died down the hall recently without getting a hearing. And it happened on both sides. Let there be no mistake. And I get an apology. And then within 24 hours, when we're trying to exchange conference committee reports, without any advance notice, they decide to recess for multiple hours while we are sitting here trying to get work done and don't even have the courtesy of telling us. And the apology is, gosh, we're sorry. It was a miscommunication. And then this morning, we come in, and I am trying to collectively move us to a posture where we can start talking about the budget, and we take the leadership role in the Senate and send a resolution down there, and I am immediately told we're not taking it up. So, Mr. President, yes, I am modestly annoyed, which happens very rarely with Senator Cream Puff, but I really am. It is not the way that a deliberative legislative body should run. We can have our political differences, we can have our policy differences, but this is something else. So I just say to you, Mr. President, I thank all 39 other members of the Senate that we have been able to provide some leadership in honestly working towards a resolution of this impasse on the budget. I thank you for our collective support in getting a resolution to have His Excellency call us in to a special session And I think that we have operated within this body, in spite of our partisanship, with dignity and comedy. But you know what? It's turning into a comedy down there. And for that, it's just creating a modest annoyance. But so I don't get further annoyed and lathered up, Mr. President, as someone might if I was like Senator Servell and a real trial lawyer, which I am not. I will yield to my seatmate, the senator from Bedford, who might want to share some factual information with you on this unfunded $440 million.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I speak briefly on a point of personal privilege, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, if he's a cream puff, I don't know, I'm maybe the shape of water. I am much nicer. Mr. President, let me just mention a couple of things. And part of my comments, and I know exactly what the senator from James City was going to say, was to say tomorrow we're going to go home, and I'm sure it's going to be all done before you know it, and we're going to be out of here. Much that happened this year has been very good in this chamber. A couple of items that we've worked well with this chamber and with that chamber, I think, is some of the insurance measures to help working Virginians, short-term policies, which the senator from Southern Fairfax worked with us on, the association the one for catastrophic insurance, and to the Speaker of the House, which kind of intervened and helped us get those. We're very grateful that that's the model of how we should work forward on health insurance. But I know that when it gets late in the session, there's often confusion and maybe misunderstanding about kind of how things have gone. And when it comes to our budget, there's a couple of items that I think we should never let go by just as confusing points. One, the Senate of Virginia had, and we passed bipartisan-wise, the senator from Henrico's bill, which was Senate Bill 915. That bill was a prioritization of our interest in the most vulnerable citizens in our society. You know, I've stood on this floor many times and told you about people I know something about, which is those individuals in training centers. And I've told you that I think that God wants us to take care of people who cannot take care of themselves. I've also told you that if under any mechanism Medicaid gets expanded, under any of those formulas, it gets expanded, I'm probably not going to vote to 9-1, and we can go down the reasons why, and a lot of people are going to potentially vote for 9-1. But we ought to do it in a way that covers those people that are most vulnerable first. We have 2,300 DD waiver individuals who are people that God told us to take care of. Our budget, which the co-chairs put out and we voted on in a bipartisan way here, covered more of those DD waivers than anywhere on this campus. More, with $800 million less money. It was a prioritization. Also, the fact is we included the brain injury and many other the most vulnerable individuals out there. Lately, I've also heard from places throughout the campus that there's confusion about aspirational items. Now, many of you have been here for nearly as long as I have and otherwise, and you've seen aspirational items in the budget. You've seen us say that if there are funds, we're going to do X and Y and Z. And our budget, Mr. President, said aspirationally, we're going to cover the things that we think are most important, and those are those DD waivers and other items that are extremely important to us. Now, I know we've sent that bill down the hall and back it's come basically, or it's being held up now, but supposedly going to come back and indicate that it is an unfunded mandate. Mr. President, when the House of Delegates decided to put into their budget that they'd like to give even more than a 2% in raise to state employees, they did it aspirational. If money is available, they will end up doing it. We've done the exact same thing. Mr. President, also, I think it's been indicated in some areas that maybe our budget was out of balance or did not fund $440 million. We've been up and down Senate Finance, everywhere, trying to find that number. That number just doesn't exist. It's not correct. I'm sure it's not purposeful that it's not correct, but it's just not correct. Our budget said if you have additional funds, come in, cover these most needed individuals out there. Mr. President, also, when it comes to work requirements, we had a bill in education and health, and the majority of both Republicans and Democrats ended up voting against that bill. And there's a number of reasons why. Some voted for it and against it. But the fact is that it was presented to us as we came in as a Kentucky-type plan. But when you look behind it, it's not Kentucky at all. There's really no requirement that those work requirements be done. And also, it allowed for certain type of community activity that had no work requirement as far as checking up and making sure that it was actually done. So, Mr. President, I know as we get close to the end of the conversation here, there'll be a lot more confusion, I suspect, about what's going on. But be clear that while we've agreed and disagreed on different sides of the aisle about Medicaid expansion, I think our budget is something that we are very pleased about, that we had said that we wanted to make sure that if there is additional funds, whether they come in under the way that some on the other side would like or the way that we would like, that it should be prioritized for those that are most vulnerable. Mr. President, I suspect that we'll end sometime about noon tomorrow, but I hope if misunderstanding takes place, maybe we can have a conversation about it, and it won't be done necessarily in the way that it's being done today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is the senator from Fairfax City? Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a lighthearted and largely substance-free point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I don't know if you saw the governor's Twitter, but he announced earlier he signed Senate Bill 965 today, the Dominion bill, and I wanted to offer my congratulations for the senior senator from Virginia Beach and the senior senator from Fairfax County who worked very hard on the legislation and deserve congratulations. I worked hard as hell to stop it, but I was unsuccessful. And obviously, I'm sure we'll have more debate about that topic. But that's not what I'm talking about. I actually was surprised to open up the Post today and see that I was described as irascible. And, you know, having attended Fairfax High School and missed a couple English classes in my day, I had to go look that up. And it turns out the synonyms are having a tendency to be easily angered, irritable, quick-tempered, touchy, and dyspeptic. And so I have resolved to be on my best behavior from here on out. My goal is in the next article to be described as dashing. But I apologize for those I have offended, but I just wanted to make note of that and appreciate your patience with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax? Senator Saslaw rise.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
I wasn't going to get up until I heard how he was upset at being called irascible. They didn't put anything in there calling you, aging you with Moses, did they? Let me tell you all. I knew Moses. Moses was a friend of mine. Okay, and I would say to Senator Stanley, he's no Moses, and neither am I.
Thank the senator. What purpose, senator from Northern Fairfax? Senator Howell rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to go down memory lane for a little bit. In 1992, three of us who are still here arrived on the Senate floor, the senator from Portsmouth, the senator from James City County, and myself. And that was a really significant year for my side of the aisle because we had lost a net of 10 seats. And suddenly, the Republicans on the other side of the aisle had much more influence than they ever had before. And there was a great senator here. He was the majority leader at the time, a man named Hunter Andrews. And he kept talking about, we have been refreshed by the voters. We've been refreshed by the voters. And when I think about what has happened on the other side of the Capitol is they have been refreshed by the voters. And the various delegates are responding in different ways and trying to absorb in their minds what the voters are telling them. I think many of them have decided that the voters are telling them to change their position on Medicaid expansion. On this side of the aisle, and I'm sorry, the Capitol, we have not recently been refreshed by the voters. So we don't have that kind of a sense of what we should be doing. But I would suggest that in 2 years we will be. We will be. And we will need to answer whether or not we have responded to the needs of the people of Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.